All right, we should look at that. Looks like I hit the right button. Okay, where's my music? All right, we're trying something new today. I got about 5 hours of royalty-free music, thanks to Humble Bundle and Fat Frog Studio. So, with a little bit of luck, we're not going to get flagged for all this stuff. Because by all means, as it's okay. But, I got a goof. I almost really wish that light above me was dimmable. But the best I can do is I can either turn the light on or off. So, we've got, with the overhead light on, kind of shiny. Without it, kind of just, like, it's not horrible, but the camera right there for all this doesn't really work super great in low light, which is why I replaced it with the camera over there for the face cam. So we're gonna have to blow out the images a little bit here with the shiny surfaces, but how bad is that? Got a goof. A GOUF'n. Specifically, that's a MSA GOUF. So, you know, somebody picked it up for me for Christmas, and I was like, well, I guess I gotta build it then. Look at that chalky little Norris right there. Look at that. Dude has let himself go. But yeah, so it should be fun. Gives me something to do today. Let's not just play a bunch of video games. We do have mostly everything set up as far as for streaming this year for the games. I'll start streaming them at some point or another. We got plenty of Star Wars games available, so that's good. I gotta make the coin still. I probably should do that today, but I just don't feel like leaving my chair that much. Got some water slides in here. Whole bunch of parts. There's our chalky Norris. Look at that little chunker. Pop pop. Oh, his back is separate foods. Yeah, I can't believe I don't want to use too much of that resin. Plastics. Oh boy, little tiny screws. Look at that, there's little tiny screws in there. I haven't built a Gundam kit in a very, very long time. So this should be rather interesting. Got some clear ones. Okay, well, let's go ahead and I guess we'll get some of these runners out of the bags and into the box for later usage. And we'll go from there. Shall we? I think I would have done some kind of preparatory work, but I have not, because that's how I am. Fella, you're a C, huh? I can. I'll just get them all to stand up. We'll see how that works. We have a bag over here that I could technically use. I think these little tiny guys for like the visor and clear bits, I think I'm going to just set these off to the side over here. But they're not going to exactly stand up very good, you know what I mean? Especially compared to all these other monsters. I've got my super just gnarly clippers here, nothing fancy there. The same stuff I use for all the 40K things, or cutting my wires, or anything else. You can be as upset as you want about it, but it's not going to make me swap them, so. Be a nice kind of change of pace for now, material night, so get to see how it's a little bit different. We got some cables and everything. Kind of interesting to me that they just, space on the sprue that they could put more stuff, but I'm gonna just assume that they're smarter than me. Okay, well that's I, so HI, right? What are you? D. So you're actually right there. We do have our GOUF'n manual here. Counting all the sprues. We got some wonderful artwork over on the side here. Nice little call out with explanations for everything that I can't read because, you know, can't read or speak Japanese. I mean, konnichiwa, I guess, but hardly anything to write home about. All those like breakout pictures and stuff. You see that stuff? Like, look at all the detail they went into on that picture. I guess I could do it this way, and then you would be able to see it in the correct format, huh? Look at that. That's some crazy detail. If you're ever wondering what the internal parts of a giant robot are. I mean, can I read any of it? No, but it's still cool. Oh, same thing with the gun. How the sword hits in there. All the ammo is stored in the can. Finger gun. A little bit about the pilot. Reenacting some scenes from this show. Talking about the eyeball. Painting options. Which, I mean, I'll be honest. If I was going to paint this thing, I'd probably paint it something different than the light baby blue, but I don't think I probably will paint it. I think I'm going to put it together and then be like, yeah, I think that's enough. Because I'm really not one for pulling things apart and putting them back together after they're together. Well, theoretically, it would be a great way to get some practice in with the airbrush. In more than just a primer coat kind of way, because I could just peel it apart and then paint it, but that said, we'll probably end up just leaving that as is. I'm not that crazy in depth about this kind of stuff. Like with the Imperial Knights, it's because I'm trying to make them my Imperial Knights, not just a Imperial Knight. And because they're plastic gray, nobody wants that. But here, I mean, we got all kinds of colors. They're all over joints. Oh, they're so soft and squishy. That is a satisfying feeling, rubbery feeling. That one's much harder. P.S. In case you forgot, there's more parts here. These kind of look like two-post parts. That could be fun. I guess I'll just leave you down there for now. I'm trying to build up the other ones in the right order at the moment. All of you bags just wanted to open so nice and easily. Why stop? Why stop being so nice and easy, huh? You know what? I apologize. I really need to downgrade the music audio there if you're ever going to hear me. How about down there? I mean, it's still super nice and loud to me, which is fine because I'm using it as background music, but it shouldn't be blowing out me on the old soundboard now. Shoulders and knees. These two are K's. That was an L. Well, K's go on top of L's. E. You were D, A, B, C, D. You were C. We still haven't found B, but you guys go in there like so for now. And then you were H and I. So somewhere in here there should be like a J. Although technically I've done that backwards. H, I, K, L. B. Crinkle, crinkle. You're so chunky, dude. We'll just set you over there by the clear parts, I guess. What do we have here? F. E. F. G. H. Alright, then the last of the bags that we have to open. I have a feeling they're going to be like that other bag and just not want to open, so we'll just give you a snip to do it. Snip you to it. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, that bodes well. I'm going to have to deal with something I really don't want to, aren't I? Oh, you better not make me have to measure anything, though. Put our water slides down there with our chalk boy. So that's a nicer blue. A darker blue. I guess it's almost kind of a little greenish. Alright, that's B and this is G. So our F was over here. We can slide our G in there. Then our B goes all the way back here. Okay, there we go. Now that we're in order, rotate those guys. Leave that facing somewhere or it's not going to go flying away. Okay, Manuel. Manuelatus. Looks like we're going to need a whole bunch of H. E, F, G. H. H7. Yep, yep, yep. A lot of people that I see do this stuff are much more of a perfectionist than me. They tend to snip things off further so it's just a little bit hanging. And what you'll notice watching me is that I'm far too lazy for that kind of stuff. And I tend to snip it right onto things, so expect it to not really come out looking perfect, but it'll come out. And it'll be good enough for me. And what more can you really ask for outside of good enough for you? Well, that one really didn't snip that great. Angle they got on there. There. There, we got it down. H11. A whole bunch of parts that are going in this thing. H10. The best part of the thing. Me trying to read. Is it all on camera? Yeah, it's all on camera. Alright. Kind of hard not to be on camera right now. Unless I just scooch it all the way to the right. It's the only hidden spot I can have. What am I drinking? You don't know. Until I go to drink it, then it pops in the bottom. Wearing my t-shirt today. Just in case anybody was wondering. So that one I like better because it was right down there. And then H10 needs to go on there like that. It says. Well, that does give them a little bit of wiggle, so, you know. And then we need an H6. And it looks like a screw. Exclamation point. Glue symbol. Like that. Oh, it's telling me I need to screw the screw in. That might be a little bit of a difficult thing because I don't have a screwdriver. We'll figure something out. Look, like I said, back in my day, Gundams didn't have screws in them, alright? They were all just snap-togethers. I've come a very long way since I was doing my little Gundam wings and death sights and SD bobble-headed buggers. Alright, and then PC1. That's these guys, right? PC122? Yeah, so PC and then 1. That can't be a 1 because they're all letters, so it must be a I. Because it's capital letters, right? Yeah, so it must be an I. So one of these guys. Alright, so that was like that. And this guy goes in that little spot there. Goodness, maybe I should have brought some little pointy guys or something. Little pointy guys. By little pointy guys, I mean some like plier-y tweezers or something. Overall, I'm just really unprepared for this, aren't I? Squish him in there like that. Alright, and then it wants us to screw it. Alright, you know what, Norris? You're not up on the thing yet, but I'm going to put you together just so I can get this sprue out of the way so you're not sitting on top of my screws, okay? That is the weirdest feeling plastic I've ever felt. And you got some major mold lines on you, Norris. Hey, look. I did a runner, a sprue already. I'm just gonna... Yes. He's got some burbling on the inside and everything. It's absolutely some bizarre feeling plastic. But... there you go, Norris. With your weird, semi-rubbery, kind of gross feeling. We'll hide him over there behind the box. Okay, so we need some of these screws, but we need to make sure we don't lose all the screws after we open this. So we're going to do a little cut right there. And then we're going to just force this guy over to a whole new world. A whole new world. Where he's gonna screw this hole right here. He's gonna have lots of fun. We'll see it done. Oh, here's a screwdriver. Are you gonna work though? Oh, you are definitely not a fine enough tip. Is the other side any better? No. The other side is not any better. And that looks like it's the only screwdriver I have over here. And it is immensely difficult for me to actually get up because this is just a table sitting on top of me. And I did not know I was going to need a tiny little screwdriver to do anything here. Can we get in there with this guy and turn things? No, okay. Oh, well, this is a bit of an impasse here. Don't mind me as I look around everywhere to see if I have anything that would work as a little replacement. How about you? I mean, kind of. Get off of there. The hair just followed me somehow. Also, you are not going in there very straight. Get out of here, hair. Jeez. I'm shedding on my own stuff and it's driving me nuts. Oh dear Lord. Whoever decided these things needed screws. I'm not happy about it at the moment. I just want it known. God, the worst part is I have so many screwdrivers in here, just none of them are near me. Alright, back to use this Xbox torsioner as a screwdriver. I mean, it is technically working. Maybe not the absolute best optimal, but it doesn't really tell me how far in it's supposed to go, though. I assume it should at least be nice and flush, right? I don't know if I'll be able to get it nice and flush using a non-screwdriver as a screwdriver, but that's probably good, I feel like. I mean, it's not like ripped into it, but it's not like I can read what that says to figure out if it's like, hey, don't super tighten this or something. Okay, I'll give it another spin just to be safe. And then we're going to call that probably tightened enough. Thank you, Xbox torsioner device. You really came to my aid. And now I need an E26. Right down here. E26. We got a little bit of lining on you there. Whether your lines that are supposed to be there or not, I'm not entirely sure, but that's how we're going to put it together at any rate. Alright, let's see. What do you want? Well, looking like this. You slide in there like that. We got a bit of scratching from our screw over here, though. I guess I am going to have to try to get that a little bit tighter. Doesn't really seem like it's getting any tighter when I'm trying to tighten it, though. I mean, our screw is spinning, but it's not really going down. I feel like all I'm doing is stripping it, so maybe we'll just assume that it doesn't know what it wants, and we're going to try to push it in there anyways. There we go. And that is what it wants, even though you would think that it would want that spot there because it's got that little notch right there. But I guess it's just so it can bend really good or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just work here, okay? Boop. K5 and K6. K5, K6. I actually pointed those backwards, but nobody witnessed it. Nobody will ever know. Unless they scrub through this video at a past date in the future and go, oh, look at that. He totally did that in the wrong way. He pointed at 6 when he said 5. What a goofer. Yeah, goof. Get it? Because, yeah, okay. I'll show myself out. Oh, do like the design of the goof, though. It's pretty cool. It's got that classic monolith zeal of a Zaku, but with his big spiky shoulder pads. And then this needs to go together like so. But before it does, I need a PCC. PCC. A, B, C. I'm going to take this one right before the D. God, I really like that rubbery feeling. Alright, so what do you want? You want the C to go there, facing down. Oh, you're so slippery. Peg, peg, line it all up, and push. A little bit of light shining through on some of those spots, but what you're gonna do, right? Don't seem like those from the way. Oh God, you're gonna make me do another screw part already? That's horrible. Okay, set you there, we'll set you there. H's. Put K back for now. H over here. H is over here. H16, H17. And another screw. Oh joy. Like, it's not just good enough like that. We gotta deal with a screw. Some of these screws smaller than other screws. No, they all look like they're the same size. It just seems like such a large screw for such a small spot. Bring our friend the Xbox torsioner out again. This would probably go so much quicker if I did have a screwdriver just sitting right here. Getting these friggin' screws to be straight is dang near impossible. I really don't have a, yeah, I really don't have one. Okay. Taking a peek all around. All the machinery and stuff I've got floating around, not a single screwdriver. That's a tiny one within hand's reach. These were hex screws that would have been set. Oh, where would be the nearest screwdriver? I might have to. It's a pain in the butt. But we can take all these. And we can set all these into here. Set that. And what, these guys I'm actually going to set off to the side over here. Because that's just really not working the greatest. Set this right there. Take our mouse, we can set it right down there where it's out of the way. Take this box. None of this is going to be super easy, but the hardest part is this keypad. Because I need it to be somewhere I can reach it when I come back. And then we gotta get this out of the way without smashing anything. Tell you what, it is a heavy table. Have a nice look at the back of my head there. Well, that was an exercise that I didn't anticipate nor want this morning. Let's come over here. Sorry if I'm moaning you. Now we got our little screw, so we can try to find a little screwdriver. That screwdriver is way too big. How about you? Tiny little screwdriver I have over here for something. Will you be the right size? Oh, I think you will. All right. We found one. Now for the hard part, I have to get all this stuff back on top of me. Flick our shirt off while we're at it, right? Okay. Gotta get myself situated as far back in my chair as I can. I really need to just build myself a little kitchen table-y kind of version of this thing. Bring it down. Whew. Okay. And we can bring this guy way back over there. Oh. Then we gotta grab this guy. Oh, sorry, hit the camera. You're going for a spin. I apologize. And then we were using this guy here. Put him over there. Open back up to our page. Reach all the way over there to grab these two guys. Grab our screwdriver. Yeah, and it really doesn't tell me how far in crazy I'm supposed to go with this. I don't think I'm really getting it to go any further by turning more. So I think we'll just call it there on that one. We need a K4 and a K3. Well, I guess we can take Norris out of there again. How are you? You're an E. Ooh, excuse me. Or in 3 right there. Okay, K3, K4. It's kind of keyed, so it can only go in there the one way. And then this side goes in. This guy. Well, I now no longer remember which one is which, but I'm assuming is like that. Yeah. Like that. And then this goes up into this. And then this goes into that. If you would be so kind, this goes into that. There we go. He was being a jerk. Got a bunch of wiggle room though. Yeah, he's got a lot of wiggle room to him. So much wiggle room that this guy's just gonna spin. Try to push it in there a bit harder. And it makes it a little more snug. Oops. Okay. Anyways, we did a arm. A arm and an arm. So now this says twice, which makes me think we would want to do this twice. But at the same time, it only ever did this one once. So you would think if it's doing like, oh, you gotta do this 2 times because we're doing it 2 times, that the other one would also be, you gotta do it like that 2 times. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. So it does in fact want me to just do that kind of twice. Yeah. I'm gonna need my other K for that though, because the current K does not have those parts anymore. I mean, look, I am one for just following the instructions, because then if something is wrong, it is the instructions' fault, not mine. Okay. I need a PCC again. Get one there. Get one there. Boop, 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 boop. You go in there. There we go. Now we get this guy to line up with that guy, to line up with that guy. It lines up with that guy. And with everybody nice and lined up, smush. Well, that was a nice positive click. That I like. The other side should have done that. Well, there's definitely some space up on the top there. Oh well. I mean, all depending on how this guy goes together in his final fit. Maybe we will just do some painting on him at some point. Because if I can just pop all the joints apart in order to be able to get to it to paint the other colors, I mean, why not, right? Why not? I need these 2 guys, 16 and 14 again. That's not gonna cut. Grabbing my screwdriver to cut it. I'm losing my mind. It was there to ever lose in the first place. Boop, 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 boop. Don't mind me. I'm just all hopped up on having to actually slept really good last night. Where's our cut hole? Right over there? Nope. Right up there is our cut hole. Okay. Mr. Screw! Your public awaits. You're on the bottom. You're on the top. I don't think you're a magnetic screwdriver though, are you? Nope. Yep, so we're still gonna have fun with that part. Screw, screw, screw. Screw, screw, screw. Oh, oh man. Oh, that was super stiff. Maybe I screwed that one a little bit too good. Back that screw off just slightly. There. I guess you want it to hold shape or whatever, right? So, okay. Anyways, so now we got those two double done. Like it wanted me to. So we're on the PC, F, and E's. Which I left the E's right up here because it's easier. E for easy. E2, E1. Well, this one's almost Jamaican sounding, man. Wow, 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 wow. All right, down you go. Boop. Next one. Boop doop boop 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 doop doop boop 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 boop. There we go. Put you up there for now. Are we happy with how those came off of there? I think we are. Double check you. Yeah, I'm happy with how those came off of there. We need a X and a F. X gonna give it to you. X. Oh, only got two X's, eh? That's strangely on point. F. F. F right up here. Looks like a little lantern. Like a wee little lantern. Okay. This way. F on top. And a big hole. And a big hole. And a big hole. Get in there. Go in your home. Are you too good for your home? Go in your home. Eh. Eh. Oh my good God, it does not want to go in there. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, I tell you what, let's put X in first because that'll make us feel better. Because X isn't going to fight. X is going to be like, yay, my new home. Yeah, see, that's how you do it, other spot. I didn't do that right, did I? Is this a perfect square? Or is this more of a rectangle? Well, I think it's a perfect square. So, yeah, I had it in there right, okay. Except for it really doesn't like to fit in that one side. Are you all, like, not the same thickness square? What's going on here? I am somehow being bamboozled. There we go. Okay, but then we're back to this guy and how he doesn't want to go in his home because he's too good for home. can't even guilt trip him in there, man. Get in there. There, I think that's good. Surely after we smush these two pieces together, it'll lock them in there and you won't have a choice anyways, right? Hey, as I watch as it just kind of squishes out away from the hole. Get in your home! Goodness gracious. That guy was being a little bastard. Okay, then what do we want? We got... That's that, which goes there. And then there's F10 that goes on top of that, apparently. And those are C's, so I don't need the E anymore at the moment. I'm going to set you over here, because I do know I'm going to need you again. Come in for F. F10. This guy right down here. So like a specific shaping to you. Line needs to go down the back like so. Alright. I need a C5. So F can go back to where he was. And we can go visit our C's. That's our B's. The little ones, the C's. Stop it. Stop it. You behave, okay? We'll get to you when we get to you. Alright, C1, C5. C5. Dooku, dooku, dooku. Dooku, dooku, dooku. And then C1. Oh, it's been a while since I've watched the 8th MS team. That was a good show, though. Alright, and then we need the PCT ST, one of these little long squirrel barrel guys. Squirrel barrel. Square barrel is what I meant to say there, but I got ahead of myself and combined square with barrel into squirrel before I said barrel. Just in case anybody was wondering what happened there. Alright, and then square barrel guy goes into this guy. Right there, I guess? I don't really seem like it wants to go right there, though. The front keeps getting snagged on something. Oops. Oh, I keep doing that. I don't want the back to go in there first. I want the front to go in there first. And then I can push the back down and it'll hold it nice and snug. Like so. That's what I want it to do. Alright, and then this is the back. So this guy is on there like so. Kind of a shame that all that's getting covered up, but I mean, you know, That's how GunPla goes. Snap. I mean, technically, I probably could get... I forgot this part wasn't attached. I could just get in there and do something with it, but you're never going to really see that part anymore anyways, so... It's neat, but... Even when it moves, it's not going to really display that inside. Alright, so there we go. There's that part. Now we're back over here, where we need an E19 and a 1. Wait, what? I1. Okay, I'm like, where's the... A 1 what, right? Reading comprehension. I don't have it. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, anyways. This big guy is going to go into here. And we're going to try to get it in there without making everything come loose, which is probably not going to be a super easy task. There we go. There's so much like flex and wiggle on this thing. It's nuts. Okay. But that way, that's out of the way. So now we need the E19 and the I1. E. Didn't I have E out here already somewhere? I do. E19. This little fella right here. Hey there, little feller. It's your time to shine. This is all about you making friends with I1. I1 being this guy with all the pipes. A very snug nub right there to make it really difficult to try to snip that off of there. Yeah, I couldn't even get it all the way with my things. I'll have to do a spin maneuver. Okay, anyways, I put you right back in there so we can find you easier when we have to. Most of these things did come off of there just fine though. Do got some heck of a mold line action going on here though. Some flashing. Let's give that a little bit of a snip. Smooth that out just a little bit at least. Got on the underside too. That's okay. That's fine. I'm not a perfectionist. That's good enough. Alright, so with the tube forward, this guy down, they clip together. Like so. That's going to be done by the hand. Oh, okay, I see. That's not a pipe right there. That's his little thumb. It's his wee little thumb. Well, if that's his thumb, I really should probably clean that up a little bit, because you're going to see the heck out of it. What a horrible spot to have such a massive line, am I right? Okay, but then we need an E14. E14, this little square right there. Boop. Boop. Set you back over there. We have our E14. Fits right there. Kind of covers that guy up a little bit. Because it really doesn't matter which way, because either way it's not gonna snug in. And just sit on top of it. And then the hand piece goes and pops right in. Alright, well, we need an eye. Do I have eye out? I don't. Okay. I did, but I don't at the moment. So we need I9? I9. This one here is I9. Really, we're going to do I9. We're not going to use the grip and stuff hands yet, huh? Okay. I mean, you know what you're doing, instructions. I'm just here along for the ride, so, you know. It was just kind of casually set in there. Now he's got a little hand. A little hand. High five. Hold me. See, we got an entire little arm going right here. And he's got the bends. And he's got the bends all over the place up here. Some swivels. And of course we can swivel out. We can swivel in. We also need an A13. Your time has come, A's. We need a heat rod nub. A13. It's like a little whip. He uses it to scorpion get over here, people. And smash them. Okay, weapon sprue goes back in there. Come in here. And the A13 just slides in there? Apparently. I don't know how A13 is supposed to just slide right in there so easy like they make it look. Because it's a circular hole there and just a straight peg here, but... There. It's supposed to stick out just a little bit. I'm guessing. Because it rips out of his hand and whacks people. A little scorpion winch. But there, that's one arm done. Classic. Slamming it. That's a whole hour. And most of it was because I just refused to get up and get a screwdriver. So back to our H's. We need an 8. Get the other arm done. Yeah, just make him stand in as the other knight that I don't have. I've got the power of God, Emperor, and Anime on my side. Then we're going to need the 5. You there. We leave you there. That way we know. We need an H12 and an H9. H12. Alright. H12 goes there. And then we need the H9, which is over here. Doom, doom, doom. Right. H9, H5, and we need a PC1. PC1, PCI. I'm gonna do that every single time I look at these things. And a screw, but we'll do the screw later in a minute. Like, totally not right now. My gosh. Trying to get you to go in the hole. There we go. And then you, before we put you on, let's just check to see if we got any little bit of rough spots that we can quick snip up. Because I know last time we had some issues with our snip on the circular piece, but it looks like it came out fine right there. All right. So then you go on and you face upwards, like so. And then you go on and you face forwards, like so. And then you come in. Let's clean that spot a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. And then you slide on there nice and smoothly. And then comes another screw. Can you believe that stuff, man? Never in a million years do I think about having to screw all this stuff in. Tell you what though, there's probably a couple of different 40K units that could really use a good screw to hold things together. So much easier with an actual screwdriver. Okay. You're all set. Now we need to get the E25, which E's over here. 25 is our big box on the bottom here. Our upper arm shoulder region box. Looks like we got some feet components over on that too. Bird sound in the song is sneaking up on me. I'm like, what is that? Is there an animal in here? Nope, it's just the song being birdie. Okay, now this guy needs to go in here. I really expect you to have some halfway decent eyeballs for some of these spots. I think they're giving me too much credit. Okay, so that goes in there, and then we have the out and the up, and then the up needs to go up into you. You know what? I'm going to hold off on that for a minute, though, because I got to push that next piece into here, and it's going to be easier if I don't have it against that. So, K3, K4. Let's see. This K we already got them from, right? Nope. This is a K that we don't have them from. K, cool. Yeah, I'll let that one just sink in for a little bit. Do. Pop. Pop. Oh! That thing is out of here. Okay, well, That's going to be a problem for the vacuum cleaner, I guess. Good thing I didn't need it. So the Warhammer person in me sees these little nubs right here. These tiny little nubs sticking off. And I want to snip them. But you shouldn't snip them. They're not meant to be snipped, but I see those and I want to snip them. It's a kind of a bit of a problem. Okay, and then we got this guy who I no longer remember which direction he was really. We want it to be like that, and then we want this one to have our detail lines in like this. So that goes in there like so. And then that goes in here like so. And this is why I wanted that other piece off, because now we can really just get in there and just push these guys together. There we go. Oh, I forgot how much stiffer that one is. But that's good though, because that's nice snug fit. Now we can go ahead and we'll just slap him up on the top like he's supposed to be. Come on, get in your bowl. There we go. Yeah, see there's a little bowl. That top thing's a little bowl, and then a little peg fits into it, and that way it's got plenty of wiggle room in every direction. The level of engineering in these things is genius, even the smaller ones like this. Beyond my pay grade, surely. Okay, now we need our PC, F, and X again. Every time I grab this, I grab it upside down. It confuses me until I go to put it down. Yeah. Coming up with words is the easy part. It's actually being able to sing is the hard part. That's where I fail, is the actually being able to sing part of the equation. Pitches, tones, all of it escapes me. But coming up with words? Psh. A bored 3-year-old can come up with words. A lot of them will be gobbledygook, I'm sure, but you know. Orange and orange. Well, what word rhymes with orange? You shouldn't be asking what word rhymes with orange. Why are you trying to rhyme with orange? That's the real question. Boop, 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 boop. Do we think this top guy is going to go in any easier than the last one? Go to your home. I mean, kind of a little bit, I guess. Oh, dang it. I tried to get him to go in there the rest of the way and he popped out on me. There we go. That's good. And then you slide your square-shaped nubbin self right in there. Nope, you don't want to go in that way. Okay, how about this way? Beautiful. Beautiful. All these line up and squish. Squish. All of you line up, but that guy up there has to be stupid every time, so let's manually force him into that hole. Go into your home. Stop being a wanker. C4, C2. Your E's, right? Yeah, your E's. You're my C over here, are you? I believe. Yes. C4. Snip, snip, snip. Snip, snip, snip. This guy up here. Snip, snip, snip. Snip, snip. Snip. One more. Snip. C4. C2. And then we need that little square guy, right? Which one is you? Which one is you? Oh, this one doesn't get the little square guy. Okay. Let's get out of the way. Only the right arm gets the ability to use the whip. Yeah, really, I mean, I guess that does make sense, but... Alright, and you, Mr. Knob or F? I have F out, don't I? No, I don't have F out. You're a K. You're a K. I haven't gotten to you because you're L. You're I. I know what the problem is, Ken. Your alphabet is wrong. F comes before G. What are you? You're F. You're exactly what I'm looking for. Who would have thunk? Snip, snip, snip. Okay, and then F, E, right there. Oh, just a little bit of touch up right there. Okay. So this one, I guess we don't need to do any of the fancy stuff. We just take our little guy here and put him there. And the big guy goes in the front, right? Like so. Like so. Like so. Oh, come back here. And then he goes right in there. Like so. Oh, I guess I really probably could have waited to do that top part until after I got this part done, but I forgot about it. Ah, there we go. Okay. And then we need the E20 and the I2. Little tiny pilot mans. They're so tiny. Little tiny pilot mans. That right there is what, a 1/144 person? This is when you start scanning all of your friends and turning them into little people so that they can be the pilot for all the little mechs that you build. When you open it up, they're like, it's me! You're like, it's you! I didn't grab the E20 when I was on here. Okay, then I is in here because we will need our hands. We can either use our 5-hand or our 8-hand, but either way we need our 2-hand. I think for variety, we'll use our 5-hand. And this goes back in here for our G. E, F, G. H-I, yeah. Because I got my H's out here still. Okay, let me take this guy, let me take this guy, and they just kind of slap right together nicely. There we go. Took me a minute, but I found the little hole. And this guy can just slide right in there. Why are you being so weird about the bottom there, huh? Oh, because I kind of fat fingered it right there, I guess. Let's try cleaning that up a little bit, see if then it'll fit in there correctly. There we go. Just had to give it a little cleanup, that's all. Other hand. Full arm done. Look at that. Boosh. One arm. Two arms. High five. Alright, that finishes the hands. At least for now. What does it want us to do next? Legs, I'm guessing? Yep, looks like the legs. We're going to have to move on to some G's now. Oh, geez. I don't think we're going to need... Oh, we're going to need you for the feet, probably. But that's not going to be for a little while. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this back where it should be in our sprue list here. While we're in there, we will come in for G's. Oh, geez. Oh, man. G8 and G6. These two. Do, do, do. Oop. 6. 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Set you up top because I'm going to need you for more stuff. Because I'm going to need it for the other side. Obviously, we got 10 and 9 right there. But still, PCA and PCR. Sounds like some kind of racing tournaments. R, bull. R is bull. Oh, I'm gonna have to be careful cutting you though, because you don't sit right snug. You sit up against that thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so bull. We want it to sit like this. And then the bull sits right there. What I need like one more camera to let my computer just absolutely hate my existence, right? But where do you... You sit snugly somehow into this guy like that, I guess? Okay. I need like one more camera that I can have over here further. It's like just right on that spot and then just super zoomed in. And then make it so that there's like a toggle so people can be like, zoom, enhance. Like an episode of CSI. But that takes money and effort, and considering how often I actually do any kind of miniature / model building, probably not worth it. But it would be cool. It'd be a fun idea. For anybody out there that does streaming of this kind of stuff consistently and wants to have a fun idea, chat zoom enhance command. Just toggle the camera scene to a different one. You could even do like a picture-in-picture where it's like up here. Like a little version up here is like the zoomed version, then the normal one's here, and then you can just toggle back and forth. You know, cool ideas. Not as much... Oh, then immediately I need a C again. Not as much effort as you would honestly think. to do if you have the right plugins, but C8, that one, and C6, that one. I was doing that with the laser when I was doing my laser cuts the one day, where I would have my normal cam, like my gameplay footage down here, and then the laser would be up top while I was waiting for it to cut so I could see what was going on. Then everybody could just, I want to see what the laser's doing, just chat command it into the big screen. I mean, will people actually do it? Different story. But there's a lot of people out there that are more popular than me doing stuff like this, so it's a cool idea for anybody that wants it. Alright, C8. Just like that. Make a little egg. Egg. Let's go take our arms. Let's slide our arms underneath there for now. Now we need a bunch of H's. I'm going to take you, knowing full well I'm going to come back to you, G, and I'm going to set you right there. And we're going to grab our H's. We need an H1, an H4, and an H15. Wowzers, that's a lot of H's. A heck of a lot, you might say, even. Oh. Alright, so that's going to be our H1. And H15. It's a little piston guy. Piston. Let's grab my finger. H15, you're going to be there. And then we need a H4, which is a big block up top. And 2 screws. Ugh. Alright, H, you can go back over there. I need 2 screws. Gross. I mean, really, you could have just made these little hex guys and included a hex key for minimum cost. Then you wouldn't have to rely on people finding their own screwdriver. Okay, so what do we got here? It comes like so. Like so. And then this guy looks up like that and goes on there. And then this guy looks identical on both sides and goes up like that. So it's like that. That's what it says. That's how it shows it. So now we gotta screw it. Then we come down here. We drop the screw inside of it so we can't actually line it up. Come out of there. That hole. I want you in that hole. Okay. And we screw. Oh yeah, screwing around with the Gouf. Goof. Goofy goof. Goof troop. It doesn't seem right. Yeah, because it was popping out a little bit. course, that means these last couple inches have to be extra freaking hard to turn the screw into. Inches, it's more like millimeters. Well, it probably was a good inch in there. Okay, there we go. You're in position and snugged up. You're in position and snugged up. Okay. Screw's done. Back to A. A? Okay. A little weird. I mean, A is usually all the weapon stuff from when I looked at it earlier, but okay, okay. A4, A5. I mean, your arm is a weapon if you know Kung Fu. He says, in the broad sense of the Royal Kung Fu, that is all martial arts, even though they're all definitely martial arts and not Kung Fu, but... 4. So this one's 4. Am I going to have another A pop up anytime super soon? No? Okay. I'm going to put the A back. This one was 4, I said. And this, I guess, goes in there like that. That doesn't make any sense, huh? How does that? Really like that? I mean, yeah, I guess it has to be like that. It just seems weird. Because then this guy doesn't... That guy has to be in like that if you do it like that. Did you, like, lie to me about how this screws in? How that other step? Because it was my understanding that this was supposed to be like this. Just how you show that. I wonder if this entire part is supposed to be in the back like that. And they just did a horrible job of showing distance. You know what? I bet you that's what it is, because then we go to this one. Yeah, yep, that's what it is. Oh, I freaking screwed those things in there so long. I'm miffed. They're using my horrible depth perception against me. Wondering why that was sticking out like that. Okay. Come on, come off of there. I mean, I guess we could count that technically as a bungle. I mean, I caught it, and I thought I was doing it right at the time, but it was technically wrong. So I guess that would, by the premise of how bungles are, be a bungle. Okay, you know what? I talked myself into it. Let's give it a bungle. I haven't used the bungle button in forever. Boop. There we go. You're welcome, anybody that's watching. I know, it's nothing fancy, that screen, but I don't want it to be anything super fancy. It's just to let you know that I screwed up. And sometimes it kind of bogs down OBS a little bit when it runs. I think it's because I have it set up to do like the fancy matting so that you can see what's going on behind it, sort of. I probably could invert it so that you would see more of the picture and just the letters would be blocked out, but I kind of like it where it's most of the stuff is blocked out because then it emphasizes the bungle. There we go. There we go. Okay, this makes more sense. Because then we spin it around and we put it back in here. But now this guy has the range of motion that it didn't have before, so that's better. That makes more sense. There we go. Snap you right together. Wee whoop, wee whoop, wee whoop. This little guy. This little guy. Wee whoop, wee whoop. A whole bunch of motion. It looks like some kind of a weird little bird, robo bird. Okay, robo bird comes out of the way for now. Then it wants this guy here. That guy moves this way. That guy moves this way. And we're going to set him down because we need some G pieces. A G10 and a G9 to be specific. G10, G9. We're also going to require a PCJ bowl cut. Alright, and then we get the bowl cup in the bottom down here, I believe, right? That's where you said you want it. Oh, yes, it is on the bottom, but I have the thing upside down, so there we go. It wants that there. It wants him right there. Just slides right into the slot right there. Slides into the slot right there. You can kind of see the slots on this one. And then helps if I stop holding it upside down again. Everything lines up nicely. And smush. Ouch, there's some sharp little knobbers on there. We are connected. Now we got the nice knee joint right here is what I think that's going to be. Because it gives you a nice little range of flexibility by having the two different points instead of just the one. Okay, well we got that guy. And now this guy wants us to add D15 twice. Let me just do a little spinning around on these guys. They're getting kind of unruly in here in my absence. And it's mostly because they're all sliding down in. There we go. Okay, D should be this guy. Yep. D15s, I said? D15s, I said. Two D15s all the way over here. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That's it for the D15s. Don't need the Ds for a while? Okay. In that case, I'll put the Ds back in there. D knots. PCIs, two of them. How do I manage every single time to pick this thing up upside down? I feel like I'm just magically destined to be upside down with this PC shit. Okay. This, and this, and this goes in that hole. Just stuff it right in there. No, we didn't run out of music. There was like 5 hours worth of music on there. Okay, there we go. Now we should be facing this way. And then, of course, these two don't really matter because they're both the same piece. And they go on to lower pegs. Yep. Lower peg. Does not leave an awful lot of room for that other hole to get slopped in there, does it? Okay, and then I need a 16. I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay. Like, I think you're missing something that you should be telling me to go with this 16. And then there's our K, but then we also need F's. Do I have an F out? I don't, right? C. What are you? Your G, C, G, H, and then the other one. So F should still be in here somewhere. Right there is F, as a matter of fact. 14 and 12. Right here's 12. There's 14. I'm going to just set him there for now. Scratch that all up, pulling it out of that hold. I did. F12. F other. If I can line up that hole. There we go. I think it's kind of a little weird that there's that hiccup right there. Did I do that upside down or something? Nope, because that's the one with the extra peg in it, so that's kind of how it has to be. Oh, I see, this side just needs to, there we go. That one side didn't get shoved underneath, is what the problem was. Okay, there we go. And then this entire guy gets to get pushed right into there. My goodness, that's a dramatic amount of pushing. All right, he's in there. We now need A's. I'm guessing K7s. A 7 and an 8, yeah. And a 2, so all of these parts basically. Eight. Actually, 8 goes there. 7. Junk. And then also we need R2. That is done. Oh, that one didn't really snip off that very good. Let's try a little bit of a... little bit of a cleanup on that one. Do 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 do. Okay, so K7 goes on this side, according to this. Yep. Funny how you do all that under texturing and stuff just to end up covering it up with that anyways. It's wild. It's cool that it has that much detail to it. It's just makes you feel bad when you cover it up. Oh, well that didn't line up right. There we go. And you go in the back right here. There. Boom. No leg. Flip page. Product placement. Taco Bell. Okay, now time for the big E foot that we knew was coming at some point. Which one do we need? We need E23. E is done. You can return to your home. I don't need F's. I have out already, don't I? What are you? Your C's, your G's, your H's. Oh, I don't have F's out already. I have them sitting up here. Out of order. You need an F6. So F6. Get them big old feeties done. My F8, which is the one right underneath it. Oh, look, you've got details and stuff in there. All right, we need a PCA. Holy smokes, it's the right side up when I grabbed it. I better go buy a lotto ticket. PCA just kind of casually hangs out right there. You go underneath, you go on top. Smish. Oh. Yo, Vernier. Look at them big old Nikes. Okay, now we need a G3 and a G4 smushed together and held on by an E21. G3 and G4. 4. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. E. E is in here still, correct? Yes. One of these ones, E21 it said? E21. Okay, these two flip. And just kind of click right together. I will say, I do wish there was a lot more of the Imperial Knight that would just push fit together and not need glue and stuff to keep it that way. Might make it actually worth all that money that you pay for it. Alright, you go in the nub. As far in as you go in the nub, or do you need to go more? More, okay. And then you go right there. Which then makes it really not actually move all that much, which is kind of funny because you just put it in there to give it all this movability, and then with that plate on there, maybe if we get it underneath it. Ugh, there we go. There we go. Now it gives it a wider range of motion. All right. That must be what that little half moon looking symbol is. Is it supposed to go on then underneath all that stuff? Only I spoke the language. It wouldn't help me read it. Okay, and then this all gets put onto here. Ooh. I did that backwards though. That was kind of stupid of me. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. There we go. Nice maneuverable foot. And this piece goes up here. And now he's got some range of motion on that leg. Look at that. Holy smokes. Nice. Nice. Time for another sip of Arizona. Stretch. Crack. Crack. Oh, there goes my back. Okay, and with one leg done, we then redo the entire process with the other side. Starting with G5. G5? What about G4? Anybody remember that channel, G4? Gaming channel? Shut down like at least twice. Used to have fun shows like Morgan Webb and Adam Sessler and Olivia Munn. Is that just a me thing? Probably. PCR. If only they knew that they were basically predicting the idea of all these YouTubers playing games and stuff. That's not true. I'm pretty sure that kind of stuff was around anyways, but you know, was cool. Come on. Stop farting around and go in your hole. Get in there. Get in there. Go and stop it. Your hole right there. Get in it. There we go. Little brigand. Alright, there's those. And then this one flips around and goes right on there. Doesn't really line up quite right for some reason. Why is that? There we go. There's that part with all of its pointy, sharp bits. And we got to come over here to our C. Got one little nubbin right there that's going to keep this thing in play for a while. Otherwise, we'd be done with this. And by done with this, I mean with this brew, but you know. Okay, let's see. Long one front, short one back. We got the half circle going this way. Sure about that? That's definitely what it looks like. Okay. Egg is done. H's 3. And this time, we know that the instructions are going to try to get us all combubbled, so we're going to actually friggin' not do that this time. Because we're smarter than that. We're a learning computer. We evolve with every mistake we make. Lest we forget said mistake that we made. Like that time it took me 3 separate occasions to realize I don't really like eating peppercorn steak because it's a bit too spicy for me. And it took me 3 separate tries because all I could remember is, oh, peppercorn steak. And I would eat it again. And then I'd be like, oh, this is way too spicy for me. That's why I remembered this. Alright, so we have this guy. And he's going to go like this. Because this is going to go down here. I said this is going to go down here. Why are you going to be like this? Get on there. It's your home. You know you're supposed to be on it. Get on there. A little schmutz inside of there? Is that what's causing the issue? Go to your home. There. And then the screwing. You know what, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to just get the other screw in there started too, I think. Or try to. There. Now it's just one big screw session. There, screws. A, take our 2 and 3. Do. That one was a bad snap. We'll snap that again. Okay. Then we get this guy. He's going to go up there. And these guys are going to go in there. Spin it around. There we go. We got it figured out. I'm like, wait a minute. This is supposed to go in there. There we go. That is one knee joint. Much stiffer than the other knee joint. I screwed that one in a little bit more oomphy, I think. Alright, now we go back to the G's. I really gotta trim my mustache. It keeps bugging me. 11 and 12, correct? Yep. 11 and 12. 12 and 11. So how about that Stranger Things, huh? I don't know, there seems to be a lot of flack online for Stranger Things newest season. I thought it was fine. But I also don't really expect much, and after living through the Mass Effect 3 ending, I guess I just really didn't expect a whole lot out of 5 seasons of show. They gave me more answers than I thought they would, so, you know, I take it. You flip that back in the right direction. Go to your home. Come on, little ball, go to your home. There we go. Piston is that way, that way. That goes in there like so. This one comes over here. Everything lines itself up nicely. And with a little bit of a painful squeeze together, because all these little pointy nubs sticking out. All these little pointy nubs. Look at all those nubs. Look at all of them. That guy. There's another nub right there. They're all sticking out right where you need a squeeze. You just stab yourself. It's like, why? What did I do to you, man? Okay, and then from there we need our D, 11 and 12. Or I guess 10 and 10. Yeah, 10 and 10. Not sure where I got 11 and 12 from. My brain's cooking on something, but I don't know what it is. Okay, probably gas. I did eat a lot of beef jerky. Probably cooking on a lot of gas. Oh, it doesn't take much to make me entertained, does it? Okay, and then we need the square guys. Eyes, right? Yeah, the 2 PCIs. The 2 remaining PCIs. Oop. Oop. Because those guys just drop casually right into there. Yeah, I would definitely love to see an Imperial Knight, or even like a Dreadnought. Start small, right? I would love to see one of those things redesigned based around like how the GunPla kits are more oriented. Helps her put it on there. Right orientation, idiot. Like all these little poly caps and stuff like that. It's just so nice. Okay, we're cruising. So now that we're more familiar with what we're doing, I'm actually going to just set that K right there because we're going to need it to finish off the rest of the leg anyways. Since we already did the one leg, I kind of have an idea of what we're doing and the flow of it, so I'm going a little bit quicker now. F's right here. We'll be close to finishing off our F's too. Hip. There's that guy. There's that guy. Come back over to these guys. That's going to be the end of this K runner. All the Ks are gone. No, not all the Ks. What about me? I'm a K, but I'm not a runner. Much more of a saunterer at that. If I can't walk, I'll saunter, but you know, we ain't running unless our life is depending on it. Even then, if we can get away without a full run, we'll do it. I'll do like a jog, maybe. Fitness here. Now there would be a hellish theme for a extra live stream season. Just a whole lot of fitness oriented stuff. Ugh. I'd die by the end of it. Pretty sure. All right, there's that part of the leg. Then we get the footy. Footy! Then we'll have 2 legs and 2 arms. But nobody knows where the torso will happen. So I'll probably do the head before the torso, I bet. Because why wouldn't it do the head before the torso, really? Okay, then the foot was on... Yeah, it was all the way up in here is what we're looking for. Awful lot of this sprue. It's about to be done too. I'm just going to snip this guy here so I don't have to come back to this sprue until later. Looks like we got the shield, the head, and the little tiny pilot on that one. Which one were you? You were E? E would go right there. Okay, and before we worry too much about that though, we got the couple of these guys that need to go inside of that foot too. Yeah, PCA. Get it upside down again. Every time. I am largely incapable of picking this up right side up. PCA goes right there. Boop. Just like that. Snap it right in. Beautiful. Nothing to worry about on the bottom. I mean, maybe I can clean that up a little bit. That looks kind of out there. Go. That one there looks horrible. Let's snip that off. Need some like laser snips. That'd be gnarly. Just burn straight through a big. Be the future, man. Okay, foot, and then we got rest of G. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, so I looked up how long it takes to build this kit, and it's like, oh, about a week, you know, 3 to 4 hours. I'm like, hold on. A week and 3 to 4 hours are two very different things. Maybe it actually was looking more for like, you know, oh, it's about one of these two things. Like it might kind of be like this long or that long, depending on how long you're going to sink into cleaning it up and painting it and all that. But it didn't say that. It was just like, oh no, 3 to 4 hours a week. But upper leg, 2 feet. What do you got left on it? You got very few things left on UH. Let's put you over here with our C that only has one thing left on it. So what do we want to do? We want to take a guess? Do you think it's going to make us go to the head next, or do you think it's going to make us go to the torso? I feel like it's definitely going to wait till the end for the weapons. They always love doing that stuff. Because then the people that get the building fatigue, they'll get to the weapons and they hate their life. All right, we're going to turn the page. I'm gonna say it's. I feel like they would do the head first, just out of spite. But I want it to be the torso, because then we can start clicking everything together. Well, I guess technically the waist might be separate from the torso. It's probably the waist, huh? Oh, no. Look at that. It's the head. I wanted it to be the torso, but the head's first, and then the torso, and then the waist is already done. But it didn't make us do that. Oh, because it puts it together right there. It's a very simple process. Okay. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Ew, brother. Ew. All right. Well, I thought it was going to be the head, but it was in fact the head. I'm such a good guesser. You would think that it was because we looked through this thing at the very start of the stream, but then you would be giving me too much credit for being able to remember things. Okay. I have a feeling we're going to come back to D a lot, so let's just put D over on this guy. Yep, we have a slightly redesigned over there, slightly redesigned wall for our streaming shenanigans this year. It is very hard to point in a steady fashion over here because the camera is right there and it's oriented differently. But my usual takers, I got nice little window panes that'll light up as they talk when they're in a game with us or whatever. So we kind of have that nice and streamlined instead of needing big old Discord plastered pictures on there. I still didn't actually shrink my own little cut in down, but might do that some other point. We also brought our bar, that little right there, that dono bar, we kind of moved that in so it's no longer sticking out, so we're not cutting off as much of the video or the game that we're playing. It's still kind of readable for the most part. Not that it really matters too much because I'm not a big proponent of pushing donations for Extra Life. I'm much more of a if you got the cash and you feel like it, go for it. We are going to be doing some Star Wars theming this year, so plenty of games available in my collection for that. We can expect some Battlefront 2. We can expect some Star Wars Squadrons. I'm especially excited about that because I'm going to be using it as an excuse to definitely use my flight sticks that I bought last year, a little bit before last year maybe. So I'm excited for that. Part/part. Okay, so that needs to go for that. Okay. We also got some of the Old Republic if we want to really slow it down and just kind of jam out in that. It would be cool to have a consistent group of people to take through that game, but then you run into issues with like getting people scheduled to actually show up and play it, and that's kind of one of the big reasons why I've always sort of just remained as a individual instead of a group for Extra Life, because it's easier to just stream whenever I feel like it than it is to try to wrangle all the cats together, you know what I mean? 17. But that being said, we're still looking forward to getting some fun shenanigans in with the crew, because let's be real here, that's where all the entertainment value really comes from, is all the guys getting together as opposed to just me talking to myself. So if we can get the guys together and on top of that add in shenanigans like trying to keep a bunch of AI that's better than us from blowing up our spaceships, all the better, right? All the better. Okay, yep, this thing's got a key in it. Just in case you're wondering what I'm talking about. See, there's a little notch right there, a little key. This guy here also has a little notch right on the top of his thing there. So we're going to just put that notch in that notch and we know it's in the right spot. All right. And then for that, we need J1. Is J1 down here? J4 and J3. What are you supposed to... Oh, you're J as well. Okay, so it wants J1, clear guy. J for clear, obviously. Great. Joogly moogly. Where'd that clear piece go? There we go. Alright, and then like a little Lego 1x1. You just sit right on there. And then it says... Sticker? Sticker you? Is that what you're telling me? I don't think it's... I guess we can take a peek inside the bag of the... Well, that did such a bad job of cutting that. I like how some of the plastic bags are very nice and easy to tear, and then other ones are just a nightmare. Okay, so it wants me to take that sticker and put it on this guy. Although, I mean, you got that orange piece right there. Why don't you just make a clear orange for a clear red piece instead of a clear plastic piece? Alright, well, we do what we're told. I mean, it's what it wants, but it's also... It looks kind of crap, if I'm being honest with you. It looks like somebody put a sticker on a piece of Lego. But it's also a rounded piece and a flat sticker. So there's bubbles in the sticker that you can't really... You're going to have to knife it in order to be able to get the... There. That would definitely be one of those things where it'd be better to just fucking spray paint that little plastic piece and somehow not lose it. If you ask me. We need a D3. D3 upside down can. Right there. Good news is all this stuff will come apart again, so it's not like I'm trapped to having it be like this forever. Is that a GOUF'n head? Yeah, from far away, I guess the sticker's not horrible, but yeah, like if you get up close, the sticker's horrible. Kind of see where I gave it a little bit too big of a cut. Right in that bottom corner. I tried to cut it just to get some of the bubbles out of there. Gave it a little bit too big of a cut. Didn't work as good. Worked better on the other side. You don't notice it as much on the other side, but just replacing that clear plastic piece with a red Lego would have been better. It's just my opinion though, so you know. Okay, and then J2, our clear shield, needs to go on there next. And then we get to do tubes. Probably should have gave him like the menacing side eye instead of straight ahead, but it's straight ahead now. Okay, and then we need an 18. I-18. This is left of our F's, L's, I. 18. Neck respirator tubes. I mean, it's not like it's actually a respirator tube, but in my mind, I like calling them respirator tubes because that's what they are to me. And then we need an L1 times 10. Oh. 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 Just realized what it's gonna make me do. Okay, I need 10 L1s. People be like, oh, I don't want to make the guns. I'm so tired of building things. And I'd be like, but have you done pipes? Oh, come back here. First part about them, they're small, and if that's not good enough, they're rounded, so they want to roll away from you. And he's a freaking goof. I don't even get a multi-purpose heat hawk to try to put this stuff together with. Oh, God. All right, well, I hope they gave me some spares because I watched that one roll and just disappear, dude. I don't see it at all anywhere. It hit a ledge, it ramped it, and it just it's probably in my drink. I'm gonna go to get a drink and I'm gonna choke on a piece of little plastic tube. All right, well, I got 5. I really hope there's extras. Can't believe that one friggin' went flying like that. It's not like it snapped right off the thing. I was holding on to it and dropped it down. Nerve. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need one more. Okay, well there's 10. Hopefully there's enough that there's extras and I won't have to worry about it, but I guess we're gonna find out eventually. I would hold these things up to show you better, but I'm afraid I'm going to lose them. So each of these little blue guys I have to put on individually and then slide them onto this little pipe. And we may have already lost one of them. So at some point, we might have an issue. Much like how it doesn't actually give us any way of locking that side on until we snug it to the face. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, hey, I found the last part of the, this one. This little number 3 fella here. He goes on the back of the head. Alright, well, we got one side all put on. Now we gotta cut 10 more of these things. I'm guessing that all the other parts are gonna use bigger pipe pieces because there's like 2s, 3s, 4s and stuff. So I'm hoping that that just means they gave you a whole bunch of extras. Knowing full well that what they're asking of you is insanity. Cool, but insanity. We'll just make sure we're extra careful to not let any of these other ones get fucking sonic rings and blast off the universe on the side of a ramp that shouldn't have even actually been a ramp. That's all. We'll just be careful. Careful to not do that again. Yeah, cover him up with that. Okay. It's also kind of weird because they do have a curve to them. I don't know if I'll be able to show this without goofing this up. But you can see, like, the side by my one finger is flat. The other side is kind of... Maybe they're not. Maybe it's curved on both spots. It's an optical illusion. Because when I'm looking at it, it looks like one side has a slant and the other side is flat. Which it might be an optical illusion, maybe. So otherwise, in order to make it actually look nice, I would have to be careful about which way I put them in, because if you stack all of them on the crooked side, it's not going to line up looking nice. But if they are in fact just, it's an optical illusion and they're all kind of slanted, then I guess it really wouldn't matter, right? Where did that one just go? It ran away. Yeah, I'm gonna guess, given how much nicer that side looks, there is at least just one side that's slanted. Which is annoying, because that means I'm gonna have to pull all the ones off of this to try to get it to look nicer over there, at the very least on the bottom turn. It also wants to sit a lot more snug down there. And I always got the slant going in. So we want to do it like that then. Also might just be how they're turned. Oh, don't you dare, little guy. I see you trying to make like that other one in Sonic out of here. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with it slanted. I think both sides are probably also naturally slanted a little bit, and then it just depends on how you have them rotated onto things, how nicely they sit. Okay, so what do I need to... There's definitely something to lock that in so those don't spray out everywhere, and I need that for sure. That's going to be an E8. Are you my E's? Oh, you're my D's. E8. Alright. I am also going to need 9 because 9 is the top of the head. So we'll cut that out while I'm at it. I don't see 18 in there though, so we can put you... Oh, yep, 18's the snout. The snoot. Oh. Okay, so before you can go in, we need a PCB. Make him. PCB. Is gonna fight me because for some reason he doesn't want to go into his home. There we go. And then now that's in there, I'll just spin it in the right direction. But now I can do that and make sure that those guys don't come flying off and escape. This is important because I don't want to have to deal with losing any more of those little guys. Yeah, see, so we got a little head. And we've got a little socket down there. The back of this guy really just sits in the back of that spot, and then we'll put the top on to kind of cover that up. But in order to do that, we need an E15. Which is actually, oh my god, this absolutely minuscule little thing that I missed right here when I snipped everything else off of here. I'm sure I'm not going to screw that up at all. Get down there, you. Yeah, you go on top of those guys. We got the E15, we got the E9, and then we got the L5, which is down here. Our fin. You know what? I am actually, for this one, going to cut that out so I can get a better angle on this nub. Okay. So L5. Kind of just slides in there like that. Real fine tolerance for him, so let's make sure we got that snipped off. Come on. Get in there, you. There's a little bit of schmutz in the way right there. Oh, that would have not felt good if that would have slipped like it tried to do. Glad we're using snippers and not a hobby knife. That would have hurt. There. And then I just grabbed that and those things rotated on me and it scared the shit out of me. There. Really kind of surprised about the lack of something to lock the snout in. Because if that thing pops off, those guys are free. But there we go. Little goof head. It's the kind of thing that if you were going to paint it, you take it off, do your painting, and then you would just glue that shit on so it would never come out and spill everywhere. At least that's what I would do. Okay, what are we on to next? Body parts. Neck. Connect, crack. D's. Darker blue, teal, turquoise, kind of like a blue-green. Like I like the darker blue part of it, but it's kind of got a greenish tint to it. D13. That is D13. I'm looking at B's. That's why my D's are over here. I'm like, that doesn't look right. D13. Okay. That's all right. We used our powers of observation to realize how stupid we were before it was a problem. And we also need a D14 over here. Dooba dooba doo ba ba. Ba ba da ba doo doo ba ba. Okay, we need a lot of things. All right, we're also going to need a D16. There's this little weird box here. Okay. So we got our 16. We've got this guy. That guy's going to go that way. That guy's going to go over here. Now we need an H3 and an H14, which finishes off the H's, I believe, because that's you guys right here, right? Yep. There's no friggin' nail or screw or whatever, right? Oh, there is. Okay, let's get a screw. We're almost out of screws. That's a good sign. almost out of neck for that matter, but alright, so we got this guy. And it's like, look, it goes like that. And then you take this guy and you crack him in there like that. Except for it doesn't want to crack in there like that. Crack in there. Go into your home. There we go. Put that screw. I'll have to check the stream afterwards and see if the audio needs balancing for the future. I feel like it's probably pretty good looking at the audio levels, but sometimes just staring at the audio level bars doesn't really give you a good impression of where it's really at, you know? Or you don't know. I mean, either way. Okay, he's in there. And that's in there like so. And it says you need to go here on those hooks. And then we need a PCE. E right over here. Do a better job on a snip on this side though, Con. Jeez. And the PCE. They make it look like the PCE goes in there, but there's no real spot for that to hold it like that. Alright, I think I found the spot for it. There we go. Okay, it goes right in there. And it wants it facing out, so we'll kind of paste it out like that. And then this guy goes there to just kind of block it off and being free. He's a suppression piece is what he is. Okay, then we need 2 Ks. Holy smokes, I picked it up facing the right direction. Again. It's like the second time, third time. Alright, big bowl Ks. Big bowl Ks go in the arm sockets. Like right there. I don't know why you did that weird like that though. There we go. And then you go over into this one. K, K, E, D, this knobber, and then this. There we go. We have a chassis car. Kinda. Sorta. Okay, what's next? Accessorize. Oh my. B. You're my D's, right? You're my D's. Do I need a D for this at the moment? No, it's all B's and PCs and a J, random J. Oh, but not this J, because this J is all gone, so it must be the J over here. Okay, so I need B's. B's should be the field guy, yeah. I need a B13 and B12. B13. Oh, this is a little pilot hatch. B13 and B12. The B12 plastic is very... feels like it would be breakable. It feels more brittle. And then we got a J3. This nice little orange guy here. Alright, so we got this guy like this, and this guy like this, right? So it wants this to go in there like that. But there's also a J that needs to go there. Okay, so I need, or not J, a PCE. E for everyone. Peggy. Peggy 13. Not be E for everyone. Peggy 13 would be just PG 13, basically. 13 and older. Alright, that guy's in there like that. This orange guy does what we were thinking about doing before, but also I believe it holds that other guy in. There we go. Now we got some nice little shiny glow through right there because it's clear. And then the seahorse guy goes seahorse down and plops right in there because he's not really a seahorse. I think he's supposed to be a pilot seat or something. That'd be upside down for a pilot seat. It's not a pilot seat. Yeah, but we got him. And now we also need B11. This guy down here. I swear to God, the thing just snapped as I moved it. I don't know about this teal stuff, man. This is some fragile feeling plastic. Like, you leave this out in the cold, it's probably gonna snap in too. Alright, so we got him. His wonderful bumpers. He goes down there. That goes right there. I need to get the little pilot from our E's. A little E7 pilot. A tiny little pilot. He's tiny. Definitely smaller than a night pilot for sure. But he is gonna just kind of sit right in there. If I can get his little butt peg to line up with the peg back there. There we go. So he's gonna just sit right in there like that, hanging out on his chair. And then we're gonna lock him in with this peg. And with this one down here. And then you can go boop. So you can open it up and you can get out. And then you're like, okay, time for action. And you close it right back up. Snazzy, right? Alright, and then we need a B7 on the back. It's this long plate that I was eyeballing before. And that's just a bumper. There we go. That done. It looks like it wants us to make the backpack first, then put on the sides, even though the backpack gets put on after the sides are on. Anyways, but however they want to do it, bro. D. I need a D11 and a D12 and a D18. All right, there's 18. Oop, and we need a D11. And I also said a D12? Yes. That's the 12. This is the 11. And a PCL. Which is this brick looking one. So we take our L with its little wang doodle up. So it's like so. And then we take our 11 and stuff it in there. Then we take our 12 and we stuff that in there. Just like so. He looks like a little angry dude, doesn't he? Or like Karen coming to your manager, you know? I wasn't offered my free drinks and I am frankly offended. Alright, then we go this way. And then these little arms make... Oop. Need to make sure these little arms go through there. Am I doing that backwards? No, that's how it goes. We're just getting hung up somewhere because I'm not going far enough up. There we go. That's another screw point right there, isn't it? Nah, they wouldn't force me to do that. Do you go over that hole right there, I wonder? Let me set my D's back down over here. D's. But yep, okay, it does need to get pushed all the way nice and snug in there. That's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. A cool way of giving the little thruster a little bit of maneuverability. Just have that little joint right there. I can only imagine how neat it could be to have a mind. Like what it would take to mechanically figure out and build all this stuff, you know? Alright, we need D9s, 2 D9s. It's just like so many little things to build together or hold it in a specific way that require like this material or that material in order to be able to be a little more flexible so I can do this or that. Oh my god. That's so much to think about. I can barely come up with a decision just on what to get for dinner when I'm at a restaurant, you know? I almost just snipped D19's peg off because I saw the peg. Like I saw this peg right there. It was sticking up next to the thing to cut, and I just saw it, and I was like, oh, I should cut that. And then I caught myself. It's like, no. No, you don't want to cut that. That's a bad idea, sir. Hadouken! Ooh, pork chops. Really, it's supposed to have that little space right there. It seems like it would want something to cover that up, but nope, it wants it there. I do like pork chops. Pork chops is good. I should respond to that just to make sure nobody thinks I'm... What's in there? What do we got in here that's all... Get out of there. Look at all them swivels. Alright, let me respond to this quick. Just so they know I'm not ignoring them. Yes, we'll head in, no head in. I am constantly having to keep an eyeball on my phone when it messages anything because it never puts in what I'm trying to put in. Okay, jetpack is done. We now need a D23. Gonna brain fart there for a minute. 23, this guy here. And right here. And right here. D23. So now you can also see a little bit more about why that moves so far forward when it opens, because it has to in order to clear that guy there. Or salsa like. Yeah, that's how you'd want to do it. You'd want to drop it down to open it. And slide it back up. Anyways, I got distracted again. B4, B3. A big arm slot. I guess it's not really the arm. It's technically still the side of the torso, but... Oh, we're getting closer every step of the way. And you are finicky to get in there. There we go. And now your wee little backpack, sir. There we go. Very nice. Brr. Kind of cutting ahead a little bit here with these, but okay, you know what? Let's just do this the easy way. Take that off and get that on there. Goodness gracious. Stop wiggling, you son of a bitch. Ooh, good lord, that thing wants to not go in there. There we go. Shouldn't have to worry about it ever coming off of there, though. I think we will do the same approach for this one. We'll just pop our shoulder off and... there we go. Because we know that's going to be a lot easier to do it that way. Ooh, so now we got a body. Yeah. Full range of motions. Looks like he's trying to tell you a story or bartering for a car. Okay, then we'll set you over there. So we gotta get your waist together still. Or not. Oh my god, actually separate. That's gonna... oh no, that's not gonna be fun. Okay, well anyways, time for the hard part. We need D5 and D4. D5. Even though that one was technically 4. That's like the 30th time I've done that this stream, so we should know by now. I can't look at something and say the right number. Everything else is going to be PC. So I need a PCE times 2. There's my 2 E's. And I need a PCD. Okay. So D is a weirdly shaped fellow. And he goes right there. And then these guys go right here on our outer part. Right there. I assume what that's going to do is that's going to give the hip skirts a little bit of flex. That's a... right, just like that. And then this all just smushes right together. Nice and easy, like a dream. Alright, where's the hold up? Is it you? Are you being a dingus? This one side does not want to fully snap in. I don't think it's because of that little guy there. Maybe it could be. It feels like it's way down here somewhere. It doesn't want to snap in. It's gonna be a pain in the butt trying to pull this thing off of there, though, I bet. There's really no reason why that shouldn't fit in there, though. Like our bottom goes fine, our other side goes fine, and then this side just doesn't up at the top, unless there's something wrong with this little cap guy right here. Which you wouldn't think so. I might call it good enough, because I don't really have any way of trying to clamp it down even tighter in my hands, and I'm roughing up my hands trying to do it, so if it messes things up, we'll have to find a way of tearing it apart, I guess. Ouch. DO2. After a DO2, we need a PCS. Just this big block. PCS goes there. I'll just clean that up a little bit because I didn't do a great job there. Okay. And then it wants B1, 8, and 9. Tell you what, I'm starting to feel sitting down in the chair like this for so long. It'd be nice to go in and have some dinner and sit on the couch. And then it's back to work tomorrow, where it will be absolutely just chaos, and I know it's gonna be chaos, and it's gonna be a rough one, so brace myself for that. Alright, B1, you've just got pegs, so it's nice and straightforward. Kind of sticks out a little bit, but B8 and 9 also just have pegs. They also, funnily enough, have that on one side, so it's easy to not do it backwards. But these guys also have some flex because they got that part, so you can kind of see if I can get my hands to. Whoop. So you can flex them out a little bit with the legs as you change the leg position. And then it says, go ahead and slap that right up onto his torso. And I go, okay. Hiya! Dude, you gotta get some pants. Your dongle is out. Let's set you over here for now. Okay. And now for the part that we should all dread. This is what? These friggin' pipes. Because we got to try the pipes a little bit with the last one, right? But this time it's got specific ones it wants us to put in a specific order. So, you know. This is the end cap, right? Right there. 21. So 15 is going to sit like that. 21 is going to be back there. So I need to find D21. Just right here. All right, so step 1, D21. And it's going to have its little wing up. So you're going to go in here and slide all the way around and somehow manage to get around this turn. Ugh, there we go. And then you're going to sit right there. We now need 2 L3s. So that's 1, 2 L3s. L3 is a very wedgy shape, and it goes on there. And then it goes on there. And then we need 3 L4s, which are a very flat shape. Okay, but where do the L3s end and the L4s start? You know, we'll take the L4s from over here. How many did I say? 3? 3 L4s. No. No rolling away. L4, L4, L4. From there, we need 3 L2s. They're up over here. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 L4s. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll just go straight across right there. 1, 2, 3, haha. 4, 5. Okay, 5 L4s. 1 of ya. 2 of ya. 3 of ya. 4 of ya. 5 of ya. 5 L4s. And then 7 L2s. Jesus, that's a lot of L2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this entire bottom row. So don't mess up the L2s and lose any of those, or else you're done for. No pressure. Let's take it real nice and easy for these, because I don't want to... pressure is high. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, that's all those. Set that over there. Now we gotta do the same thing on this side so that we can then combine it with the other side to make sure it all stays in place. That's kind of interesting. That's got a B6 right there on that side. That one doesn't have anything like that. Oh, it does. Wait, that goes right over it? Interesting. Very interesting. Either way, we're not going to do anything with that yet, though. Because we're going to have to lock it in on that guy, so... Next pipe. The I-16. Nope. Nope, it's fine. Did not almost go flying anywhere, it's fine. Nobody can prove anything. Yeah, we need 20. Because we start the adventure with 20. And it goes, whee! It's super easy until we get that one turn. There we go. Okay. So D20 is right there. Now we need to have 2 3s. One, 2. 1. 2. 2 3s. After 2 3s, 3 4s. One, two, 3, 3 4s. Ha ha. 1, ha ha. 2, ha ha. 3, ha ha. There's a knob right there I didn't cut very good. Two, 3. Oh, that doubles. I'm getting brave or stupid or both. Bravely stupid. 3 2s. 1 2, 2 2, 3 2. 1 2. 2 ha ha. 3 2. One. Tahoo. 30. I can still see that little nub in there. Be gone. Okay. So that was the 3 2s. Now we need 4. We need 5 4s. 1 2 3 4 5. That's all the 4s. 1 2 3 4. Almost cut that one right down to center. That would have been bad. 1 2 3 4 5 5 4s. Ha ha ha. 1 2 3 4 5s. And then 7 2s. Which, if I remember right, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Yep, the entire row of 2s. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Flip it. I've lost a 2, so there. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, pipes are all pipped up. Now we need our B2. B2 and our D22. Okay, and then we also need B again. 6 and 5. 6. 5. Okay, so then we have this one is that one, and this one gets 5. So that kind of just scootses over all these things according to that. Which way is it supposed to be though? Well, on that one, it's having it be the lines face towards the leg. So if that's the case, I got this on backwards. Because this guy really is like this. So that one's on like that. This one they have, so the lines are going inwards, which means if this one was going to be like that, it would go with lines going inwards like that. On this one, would be in here like this, and then the lines would be inwards and it would go down like that. Come on, get over them. There we go. This would come in there. Just like that. Alright, and those are both in there. So we use this guy to lock those in. Pushing on it right there where I can barely get my finger in because I got fat fingers. There we go. Pipes. We then uppies with your arms, guy. Uppies. There you go. Guess we need to be able to see what we're doing here in this next part. Because this guy goes right there and covers up your wang doodle. Before we cover up your wang doodle, let's flare those out just a little bit to make it easier, I guess. There we go. Wang doodle cover is attached. This comes up, and this end slot goes in the backpack, I guess. Right there. That's that little slot. Which way do I got spin? Yeah, that little slot right there. That's where that part goes. Oh, it comes out of there nice and easy. There we go. Get it in there a little bit harder. Then this blue guy needs to get into... There's a slot right there that that side guy needs to get into. just like so. That's gonna loop up like that. Okay, so we get that guy in there. And then we just get you to line up with there. Why are you fighting? The other one didn't fight. The other one just slid right in there. Why aren't you going in easy like the other one? Get in there. There. Goodness. He was a fighter, little prick. Uppies! Uppies. Okay, but we're not done yet, because now we have to cover up that beautiful looking backpack with a big conker piece of D24 and D25. Because again, we have all these wonderful little details, and then we just cover them all up. Granted, some of it is definitely still like a functional thing, but it's just feels kind of bad. It looks so cool and detailed, and then we're just gonna literally put like a block plate over it, you know? But that's gonna go over it. That guy there, it's just gonna cover it up. So, I mean, yeah, it makes it more sizable, but we go from all these cool little gubbins and stuff, and then we're just gonna go bump. And then you don't see any of the cool gubbins anymore. Yep, nope, you're telling me that it goes in there like that, but it does not want to catch for some reason. Oh, is it actually the top guy's problem? Yep, there we go. It was the top guy's fault. Top guy wasn't going in there all the way like he was supposed to. There, now he's got a backpack. Oh, I also missed a spot for the head. Gonna have to pull you off again. I'm sure that's not gonna be any difficult things happening from that. Oh, everything's still on there. Okay. Good. We actually need a D8 to go on there before we put the head on. Probably just simulate the neck, I assume. That's all the D runner? That's all the D runner. Be gone, screw. Of course, D8 literally just drops on there like that. we don't have your legs going on yet. So you're going to make us do all the weapons before that, I guess? It is. Well, we're going to put your legs on now, because then you can stand up by yourself. And we think you would appreciate being able to stand up. If I could just get in there to get your legs on there without breaking anything. Oop, that was a bunch of cracks. Generally not what you want to hear. Would have been so much easier to get the legs on before we did all the side hips and stuff. But, I mean, that's okay. That worked out in the long run. Now you can stand up for yourself, buddy. Urgh. There. Now we get to make your weapons. Big old heat blade. These Gundams get beam sabers. Golf just gets a big sword that lights up on fire. A22. An exclamation point. Why do we have an exclamation point? What is it about A22 that we really need to worry about? That you're not telling me about, huh? Maybe it's just trying to tell me to be careful with the direction that I put it on. Oh, it's got a little nubbin right there. Oh, that's what you got the little holes in your hand for, so you can go boop. Or maybe not, it really doesn't help that much. Alright, well here, why don't you just hold on to that for me, bud. There you go. Oh, this next part's gonna be fun. A8 and A7. Is where that wire's gonna come in. Or whatever that long rope thing is. It doesn't even have numbers. It's like, oh yeah, this thing here. Oh, so let's go in that way and come out the other way. Super easy on paper. A bit of a fight outside of paper. And then snip off the end up there, it says. Yep, that is in fact just a wire. Just a normal, like, electrical wire. With a black sheath on it. A14 just pushes right on there, it says. We're not entirely done with some of those other sprues, but I think a good amount of the work we're going to be doing here is going to be through the A page at the moment, so give us some room. And then this guy just kind of gets stuffed in there. Ooh, excuse me. See, now he's got his little whippy whoop. His little whippy whoop. You could take out his whippy whoop over there. That one. You could pull that out. And you could put the little whippy whoop in. Like so. And now he's got a whippy whoop. And then you would misplace this and lose it somewhere. Because that's how that goes. Here, fella. Whippy whoop the camera. Yeah. Alright, what do we got after whippy whoop? Looks like we're starting to make the hand cannon. Yeah, literally. A12, A11. Then we got all this stuff connects right there. So we actually need A10, A18. A10 and A18. A10, A18. A10 gets the J4 crystal. Just in case you ever need to aim your hand. Caution, once you put it in there, you ain't getting it out. Yep. I just wish you would do a better job telling me which way it's supposed to go. Guess it doesn't matter. It's just going to sit on there like that. There we go. Sitting in there now. Alright, put that back on there. And then we need the A12. Oh, actually, that's it for our neat little shiny orange. A12, A11. Right up over here. Down over there, down over there. All right. Now we snap that little guy off. Throw him in the trash bin over here. We need a joint of some sort as well, right? PCG. One of these square fellows. Okay, PCG. Sits facing upwards. This little slot right there. And then this guy comes in. Where do you want to? This top guy? There we go. Had to figure out how to make it so that it would actually fit to that spot. Okay, and then this guy just comes up and matches everything else up. Mates up nicely. Ugh. Goodness gracious. Finger squeeze, man. Okay, so that goes there. And then we need to do A30. Is this guy down here, I'm guessing? Yep. A30. And A30 just pushes into the back of this thing, I think is what it's trying to tell me. I think it locks into the back there, and then those little guys are supposed to attach over there. Just like that. Finger gun. Okay. Shield time. We get to go back to our friend the bee sprue, which is now laying on the ground haphazardly. Okay, that's the last thing, actually, from the bee sprue. Bee sprue is gone. And then we need the shield base from our E-sprue. Technically this one is done, except for this one little guy, which, do I really care about this one little guy? I mean, I guess it's a good way of showing you how big the mech is, but totally unnecessary. I'll drop him in the box for later, and then we can get rid of that sprue. These guys go straight together like that. Before we do, though, do any of you points I snipped seem like you're sticking out a little bit more than you need to be? Well, it looks like it's all pretty smooth. Okay. Why is that not fitting in there? This just gotta start at the top, or else it kind of pops out the thing there. Okay, well there's that part. And then we've got so many other parts to put on there from the A sprue. Okay, so we got A27 and A28 are going to be on our bottoms. So let's get 27 and 28. That was 26. We'll set him aside. We're going to need him anyways. 27. And 28. All right, so we have 27. And we have 28. Like that. And we have 26. 25 and 23. 25 and 23. Okay, so 25, 23, all these parts. Okay, so we have this guy here. This big wing nut goes down. And that's those two parts. And you got this guy here. he goes in there like that. Well, I've got him upside down, so he goes like that. But where do you connect? Do you connect to anything? You don't connect to that. You connect to the next dude over. All right, so you just kind of sit there like that. And then this boy comes in and clamps you in. This guy like so. There's a little carry handle right there. All right. Now we got to get the Gatling gun part of it done, it looks like. So set shield over here for now. We need a gun handle. A gun handle right there. After the A gun handle is an A29, which is really long flat piece here. A17 and A33. Big old drum. If you got a minigun, you gotta have a bunch of ammo in it. A33. Okay, so 33 goes into 17. Like so. That goes into you. Like so. And then little gun handle with the trigger front, of course, goes in right like that. So there's that part. And this part, it says, connects over to this part down on the bottom. Now we also need a 15 and 16. Here's our 15. There's our 16. That needs a PCH. And PCH is going to go in this guy, right in the front, it looks like. If I can get you to spin your little butt around. Back here, you. You are being a little fool. All right, and then we need the A9 to go on top for the little plate cover. Most people are like, oh, I'm so tired of it by now, but I'm getting excited. It's almost done. It's like coming together. I get to see all the cool parts and stuff. Okay, so it's like the magazine's on the bottom. And you want this up there like that. Hope you want it like that is how you want it. Even though the picture in the other way made it look different. Like that. Up. Helps if you're smart enough to put it on the correct side. Which way am I looking at now, though? So it's this thing to the side, that thing there, so it wants it like that. This guy, it says it wants, and these pegs. Done. And now we get to actually build the barrels of the minigun. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. It's gonna be a 31. Oh, it actually wants a 20. Okay. Well, getting ahead of myself, cutting the wrong part. Alright, it wants me to do a 20. It wants me to put it all at an end into the 19. And then a whole bunch of these barrels are all ones. All ones. But it says, caution! Don't put them in the wrong way. I'm like, don't worry. I'm a professional. I'll pull it out afterwards. Alright. Now what it's trying to tell you is it wants the A20, which is this one. And it wants you to take the fat end. Let me see if I can hold this up here good. It wants the fat end in the back, not the empty end. Which, I mean, the fat ends are kind of keyed. I guess the front end is too, so. Oh, that's gonna be... Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Pain in the ass is what this is gonna be. Oop. Come on, get in there the rest of the way. Ouch. No real good purchase spot on these. There we go. Use the table when all else fails. All the tools available to you. Oof. Okay, that's all of our barrels. Now this one needs to go in. Minigun barrels, minigun barrels. Now we need all the little ones, and then it goes into A33. Or 31, I should say. Or I did say. Gaslighting. Flip it around. Okay. And for here, you got any warnings for me? Yes, warning. Fat end front. Okay. Roger that. Fat end front. And then they all just kind of fit into a hole right there, and that's right in like that. Shazam, we have a minigun barrel. How cool is that? A minigun barrel goes in the end of the minigun, like so. Although it definitely looks like some of those barrels are trying to push out of there. Cool that it does still spin though. Oops, gotta be careful doing the spin though. If you don't spin it from the base, it moves the entire barrel thing. So, minigun. But, wait, there's more. We have an ammunition belt in here still that we gotta use. This 17. That was a 1/100th. Hitting us with another exclamation point. Be careful. There we go. Ammunition belt achieved. What else we got? Final assembly stuffs. Okay. This says go ahead and just slide your sword right down into this. Like so. Friggin' beautiful. Is that some storage room? That's a self-contained weapon system and a half right there. This gun goes way back on this spot here. And his hand would go right through there. Alright. I've got your whip going. Let's take your whip out for now. Come on, let me have it. Goof. Let me have the whip. You can play with it again later. Okay. Right now, let's put the little, way more easy to lose part back in. As we try to figure out getting your arm through this bad boy. I just wonder if it would be easier to just pull this part out. See, there's trap. There's a trap to it that they didn't tell me about. Okay. Well, first things first. I'm going to leave that off for now anyways, but first it says I need an A32. You're not an A32. You're the A32 down here. I wonder what those other parts were supposed to be for, though. So we take this A32 and we remove that hand right there with a different hand. It wants us to have our hand closed hand, although, I mean, I guess we can find out. It does say, well, we'll do how it says, because, you know, it knows. Yeah, see, we've got, it's almost like a spare one of those. And these two squares. I feel like those should go somewhere. It is very weird. I'll have to look and see if maybe we missed something. They might just be trying to fool me, which if they're trying to fool me, they're doing a wonderful job. But first, what I'm really trying to do is get back to my hand sprue. There we go. As it says, I should be using my 6s for this. So let's put the 6 in. Right, there's our 6. Get our hand back in there. It says we take this and we slide it on our hand. I think what it actually wants it to slide on is this guy there. That's why it's spread out a little bit. Yeah, so it clicks right on there. And that forms the little pressure point guy for this dude. Very spaced out. We don't want it to be that spaced out. There we go. Pinch it together, buddy. Get your handgun on. Okay, with your handgun right there, then it says that you just literally slide this in super easy like and snap it in. That's what it says. There we go. That Gatling gun is so long, he has to stand like a goober to use it like a crutch. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. I do like that it's like this nice storage system for all of his stuff, though. I feel like something should go in there. That's like, and if you would like to have him have a sword in his other hand, just replace that hand with a friggin' holy hands. And yeah, I mean, obviously. But for now, we're going to just give him the casual hands because the sword's put away. But what about those other two pieces? What about these things? What about F5 and 4? Where does F5 and 4 ever get used? And if they don't get used, why do we have them? Let's just go all the way back. Let's go all the way to the start, and we'll start looking from the front. See if we can find F5, F4. F5, F4, F2. Nope, because those are all Ks. Those are E's, Ks, F10. But no other F on that page. That's putting everything together again. Again, no F on there. No F's there. No F's here. We have the F13 kneecap, but no other F's in here. That one's got no F's. That has no F's. That's no F's. Those are A's. Those are G's. These are D's. That has the F's for the kneecaps, but nothing internal. That one has no F's in it. Of course, that's got the F's there, but it's not our boys. The F2, 3, or 2, 4, 5. No F's, no F's. No F's, no F's. No F's. Just the feet F's, the knee F's. No other F's. And over here, those are all D's, J's, C's, L's, E's. A lot of D's, some H's. Got some E's, got some B's. Got some more D's. D23. This is really the closest thing I can feel like is D23 is the closest thing to what that looks like. But still, no F. Over here, I'm still seeing no F's. That long shandoozle. No F's there. And it's all just connecting that piece to that piece. We had a D there, we had a D's there, no F's there. No F's here, that's all the gun parts, but no F's, all A's, no F's. E's, B's, A's. More A's, more A's, more A's, more A's, more A's, still no F's. Yeah, I don't know, man. Those F's are a complete mystery to me. They just gave me 3 parts that it doesn't really call for. Seems bizarre. And it's like a darker part. Maybe they were supposed to be spares in case you screwed something else up. But again, I mean, it doesn't quite match up with the chest part. Is it supposed to... Nope, he just has those 2 holes right there. Huh. It is but a mystery to me. The only thing I can come up with is there must be spares for something, but I don't know what they're spares for. As far as I can tell, we got everything on there, baby. I have no idea where those ones would come in. So we just got random extra bits. This sprue is done now. Which, I mean, you know, some of them, it makes sense that we have extras, right? Like, all these guys, it makes sense because they're tiny, they're going to get lost. Some of these guys, I mean, I'm assuming that the PC is built for multiple different mobile suits. And they just print them off in bulk and then slap them in and use them as is. Because we didn't touch the P's, we didn't touch the O's, V's are untouched, W's we did nothing with, U we did nothing with, N we didn't touch, M we didn't touch. Like, there's a bunch of them in here where we just didn't use any of those bits at all. So I can only assume they print them off in bulk for a whole bunch of them, and then this is just something that gets included with all of them, the polycap bits. So that makes sense, that there would be spares there. This one makes sense that there would be spares there, because again, you never know when you're going to end up having something like that happen. We did end up with one spare screw, so it's nice that they gave us that. The hands, like the alternate hands, those all make sense, because if you want to do a different pose and you need the hand to do it, I would almost... Honestly, I would almost prefer if they would have just done the entire hand plate. So that you would have just popped out the hand, put in the other hand, so pulling out the front part. But, you know, this is less wasteful. And then it's just literally these three parts that are unaccounted for in the entirety of the build. And they just gave them to us for some reason. So that's kind of weird to me, but... it is what it is. We have all these water slides and these stickers. All the stickers for, like, you know, the warning text and stuff like that. Caution this, caution that, heat rod there. Of course, all the logos on the water slides, which are going to be, like, impossible for me to make show up somehow, right? There you go. With the Xeon symbols and all that. Not gonna put those on. Like, part of me is thinking about it, and it would be really finish it up quite nicely, but there's also part of me that's like, well, maybe I will go through and paint this at some point. If I do paint that, then I don't need all those in the way, because right now I can still pull a bunch of the parts apart, or just mask off the stuff that I don't want to deal with. Like, you know, the arms, I can pop the shoulders, I can just pull them, all the other parts from the joints, and it would be fine. I could do, like, the outer shells and stuff like that. Of course, some of it would be a little bit more difficult than others, but... if I can... the size of that minigun, dude, it's just ridiculous. They could have easily done with 2 little barrels. Of course, nothing says I have to have him with that on, but, you know, he's got nowhere else to put it, so he just gets to kind of hold it a little weird. Oh, there we go. If I just do it sideways a little bit, that works a little bit better. But there you go. That's 8th MS team. What do I got? Goof. Goofy boy. Goofy goof. The swappable there for the heat rod. Of course, front fingers all come off. Head does move some. I gotta be careful that top doesn't come off. Has a little bit of up and down, not a lot of up and down, but I mean, you know, you wouldn't with that face anyways. Of course, this guy does open up and you can get to the pilot inside. Incredibly decent range of motion. You can basically kick himself in the back of the head, really. So that's kind of cool. You do get some spots where it's like the jets inside there, hearted in, and then you get the outside jets. So yeah, these things have come a long way since the last time I've built one of these. Also, I realized by making him stand like that, I have his entire arm, like his elbow is upside down. What? Well, that's how you get that on there. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't quite... I mean, it works. It's nice. it's got some fun details and stuff. I feel bad covering up all the internal bits, but that's kind of what you do, you know. It goes together very nicely. And I have to say, I would very much love if I were to one day pick up something like an Imperial Knight and it was literally, I didn't need to pick up a piece of glue because everything was just peg snapping together. That would be fantastic. But it is what it is. And I mean, you know, Bandai's been doing this for a while. They know what they're doing for sure. Got plenty of little wiggle space there. I like that the sword does in fact just slide right in there. That's a pleasant little touch. There's a lot of little details in there. It's good stuff. Well, that's it for today. I'm gonna go inside and have myself some dinner now that it's probably like, you know, an hour after the fact, but I like dinner either way. So, you know, thanks anybody who happened to tune in to watch it and just listen to the music. We'll see if the royalty-free, copyrighted, you know, all that good stuff actually works out for me. Because if it is, then I can do more side projects like this right on the YouTube, which works for me because I don't have to bounce back and forth between Twitch settings and YouTube settings, which I'm not a huge fan of having to do. But we'll find out in the long run, I suppose, because this is going to be Star Wars year. So, you know, if people want to see the nuts and bolts of building a lightsaber, feel free to donate towards the Extra Life. The link should be updated in the description, even though it looks the exact same. I pay like $40 a year so that I can update it every year, make it easy for viewers. But all of it should be set up. I've got the prices, I think, where they're fine. I mean, they're nothing extreme, but I don't feel like, you know, we have it set as 300 as the top goal. Rarely do we ever actually make it to that point anywho. So I'm not super crazy worried about that. Let me try GOUF'n. I don't think I actually have anything set up for that. But yeah. When's the next stream? I don't know. Whenever I feel like it. Probably be some Star Wars though. Which Star Wars game? I don't know. We might do some flight action. We might do some Battlefront classic shootiness. We might do some Old Republic MMO-ness. Saw Outlaws was on sale. I didn't really want to buy it and get into it though, because that's another one of those kind of longer-ish games, I feel like. And after just doing a whole year of nothing but the Mass Effects for the most part, I'm good with just casually relaxing for a bit. I'm gonna try something here. Yeah, the audio will be gone, but that's fine. Yeah, so there's your boy. There's your goof. You size tiny-ish, good enough. I actually probably could use him as a stand-in for one of the knights, to be completely honest, because he's about as tall. But yeah, so thanks for stopping by. If you did, next time it'll be whenever. Probably not going to be like Saturday at noon, I'm going to guess. I'll probably keep more relaxed for that kind of stuff. Actually, now that we got that, we can kill that top light and stop blowing everything out. But probably one of the Star Wars games. May have the crew together to do it. Might just be me. You're at the mercy of however it goes. But thanks for stopping in. If you want to force the lightsaber build, that's the stretch goal for this year. I've already done 2 lightsabers. One is a sync tube with like an actual just LED that would light up the tube. And then the fancier one is fancier in how it functions, not as fancy and looks. It's basically like a wooden pipe. It's basically a pipe wrapped in wood veneer, so it looks like it's made out of wood, but it does have a cutaway for the kyber crystal to show through. and it's an LED strip blade instead of just a single LED at the bottom, so light's way nicer and brighter. So the next one, we got to go even further. We'll do some experimentation and stuff, but all that, you can go to the Extra Life page and look it over. What is Extra Life? Extra Life is basically, for me, it's an excuse to make things I do more worthwhile, because you can donate to a charity. Oh, hold on a minute. Sorry. I'm not getting choked up. My throat's dry. But yeah, you donate to the charity. A part of it gets cut out from processing, like some small amount. So like if you do like a $20 drop, it's probably really only like $19 or $18 or something like that. That's actually going to the charity because of the processing fees. If I get around to figuring it out, I might try to tweak that so that it just makes me pay the processing fees so that the full amount will go. I just got to remember how to do it, and I haven't done it yet. But there's plenty of goals in there. We got some Star Wars themed coins up for grabs this year. 2 of them are starting with the Rebel Alliance and the Empire, which I guess Rebel Alliance doesn't matter because the Rebel symbol is the same for both of the Rebels franchises. Doesn't really matter. As opposed to like the Empire and the First Order, which is slightly different. Maybe we'll get to the point where we'll add new ones in and have some extra ones. Like I could see doing like a Mando coin, or, you know, the First Empire or something like that. But you can see the preview concept of those over on the Extra Life page. Eventually I'll burn up some actual previews so you can see what it looks like in the wood. And then outside of that, you can always do the cheapo little, I want to have my name go across the screen whenever I hit this button, or that this could be you, could be your name, or your username, or whatever. I mean, you know, within reason. If it's like, you know, something that's going to get me in trouble because it's so offensive, obviously I'm going to have to change it, even if it's just, you know, asterisk out a bunch of it. I mean, none of my streams are really labeled as for the kids. I mean, they're for the kids in the sense that that's what the charity I'm raising them for is money for children's hospitals, but they're not necessarily for the kiddos to watch, because I have a horrible use of language that isn't necessarily age appropriate. And I mean, let's be honest, I usually play violent video games, so, you know, it might, even though it's Star Wars and it's lasers, people are still getting shot up. So, I mean, you know, that's on you to know what your kid is watching. But still, it's a good cause for the whole Extra Life charity thing. So you can stop in there. If you're active in chat, you'll build up a bunch of points and you can outfit your little Marine guy at the bottom of the screen. You see the one I leave on for me, just so that you can see that they're there. When you chat, it does pop up in there. That part's just stream basic. That's not really anything for Extra Life specifically. But go to the Extra Life page, check it out, see what I got going this year if you want, and I'll see nobody next stream unless you chat, because that's the only way I know that you exist over there, because I can't see through the internet and see you. It's not like you have a webcam that pops up every time somebody enters the stream. Although that would be kind of interesting. Probably be a nightmare for the people that have like millions of viewers. Oh my god, can you imagine all the fucking, your computer would light on fire, dude. But long-winded, I need to go eat. Thanks for showing up and watching. I'll catch you the next time I'm on, or you can catch me the next time I'm on. And if you talk, I'll know you're there and I'll catch you. Otherwise, you're just like a little ninja in the shadows. So everybody have a great, what's left of their weekend. I know it's not much because it's a Sunday stream today, but have a wonderful week. I hope everything goes well for all of you. And till next time. Oh, see, this is the problem with the chat screen. Chat doesn't have an overlay, so I just have to go to that. So, you know, yeah, I guess we won't use that button. Bye!